Okay, I think we're all set. Sorry, just doing a little setup. I'm a little bit later than I initially planned, but I was doing adulting stuff. Thank you, Afro. I'm glad to have you here, even just for a little bit. I'm hoping this challenge goes well, but we will see. Let me move over to my other screen. So let me chat up here as well. Visible. There we go. Got it. Yeah, so if it isn't already sent into the description and all that, I am giving myself 8 hours to build and complete just the Tyranid half of the Typhon Kilting box. I know I did a custom Space Marine one for myself and another friend. Well, for myself to play with another friend. But I also want to have a Tyranid one to play with the same group of friends or that same friend as well. So, I kind of want to have both. Most of the reason why is one of them is already playing Space Marines. So, just going to be doing something different is how I look at it. Let me move over. I will be following with the book, but I'm going to make them all the unique ones. All the unique Tyranids. I'm not going to do all the basic Raveners. So, first one we're going to work on is the Ravener Prime. I need to find number C. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. I will be doing another stream tomorrow, which will also coincide with this challenge. So if I can get then build this stream, and then hopefully speed. If I can get them primed, built and primed this stream, I think I'll do well. And let me start my stopwatch. I don't have it for you guys. At some point, I need to figure out how to do a timer and stuff for everybody. Done doing all the stupid setup stuff. Is this actually C? Does it tell me if this is C or not on it? I don't think it does. Find. Well, if I found the ones that say 1, 2, and 3 on it, that's a big help. That is a big help. These are going to go off to the side. I'm going to focus on this one for now. Little pieces I need. So 1, 2, 4. I've been excited for this box for a while. When I kind of realized they were going to be coming out with the new box of Raveners, I'm like, I have to snag that as soon as I can. So that's 3. There's 4. There's 4. Try and focus through this. I already know what color scheme I'm going to be going with these guys, and I'm going to be able to do most of it with contrast paints, which is where I think I can save myself some time there. But I definitely need to get these guys built. I just want to more test my skills to see if I can actually get a project like this done in a certain amount of time. Because usually I procrastinate quite a bit on build stuff and all that. Like I tried joining a tournament once and I had so much time to paint an entire 2,000 point army and I never did finish painting it. I don't even think I got half of it painted. This will be a good trial run. I was hoping to have a little bit more set up this stream. Like I wanted to have a timer and stuff set up, but I was apartment hunting before this and having to deal with that. I wasn't able to do my whole setup beforehand like I like to do. Actually, the last couple streams I've not been able to do that. Okay, I think that's good there. I do know at some point I need to also complete the Norm Emissary I've been working on stream, and also do the the Chosen for a friend. I gotta finish those. I think next week we'll focus more on the Chosen. Get that done. I think we're closely in the Norm Emissary like big body done though. Those two. So terrain I'm not, or I guess the bases I'm not super concerned about having clean. Because I mean these are just random bits of terrain. Be careful not to cut myself either. I was tempted to make these guys have custom bases as well. I think that'd be fun for myself more than anything. But if I'm gonna do that, I'll do that in the future. Like when they actually come out with the Reaver boxes or Ravener boxes. I keep saying Reavers. I think they're Raveners. That's how it's pronounced. Oh, it should be plugged in. I can see it on my... Oh, you're just checking to make sure my phone's actually plugged in this time. Yes, it is plugged in. It is plugged in and it should be charging. It is charging. I know, it's literally been the past couple streams my phone has not been plugged in or has been stolen to be used for other things. So. Oh, I missed a part on the body. I hope everyone watching's doing well tonight. I'm hoping... This is high hopes. I'm hoping to have everything built and primed tonight so that tomorrow's stream, for the other 4 hours, I can spend it painting these guys. I think in reality that's not going to be the case, though. Okay, so that's how that's going to fit. Okay, those are plugged in. Now we go with 3. We're not going to go to the base yet. I'm going to wait. I want to have the whole thing built to put it on the bases. Let's see. I hope, like I said before, I hope everyone who's watching is having a good week. I've had a good week so far. It's been warm. Oh, damn. This is going to be new for you, Dorzo, then. But, welcome. Welcome to the stream, Dorzo. You're catching me trying to do a bit of a challenge for myself. Hoping I can get these guys complete within the next 8 hours. I'm not doing an 8-hour stream tonight, but I'm thinking my 4-hour stream today and another 4 hours tomorrow. Try to complete all that. I was looking at the Discord and I was seeing some very, very cool Terminators for the Wolf Guard. Oh, I'm happy that it got printed successfully. I'm actually saying that correctly now, not painted. I can't wait to see it. I'm thinking of having a segment on stream where I like showcase some people's builds and creations just for like a little bit. Okay. Oh, it's in the lounge. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick second look at it. Oh yeah, I saw this last night and I did not react to it yet. I'm really bad at replying to you guys in the Discord. I will fully admit that. That's on me. I do see everything you guys post. And I am impressed by all of it. Okay, now I need 5 and 6. So that's 6. It could be the type of print he did. Maybe it's not like the regular 3D printer. It's a resin printer. I haven't really dealt with resin printers, but I know those don't make strings. That's number 5. But for anyone watching and just wants to know what we're talking about, I have a Discord. It's completely free to join. Yeah, I figured it was a resin. I prefer the resin printers. At least when I get a 3D printer, that's what I want to use as a resin printer. You can make more detailed models that way. I'll have to check out that model of printer at some point. I think a 3D printer, like a proper one, would be better to do like terrain, and a resin is better to do models with. Because like you don't really care about a lot of detail on terrain pieces or like bigger project stuff. As a resin printer, you'd rather use it for like model making and stuff. I think it's more cleanup, right? I think it's like a lot more cleanup when it comes to resin, and you need proper ventilation when you do print stuff off because the fumes can be really... It's a lot of hazardous material, from what I understand about it. Well, it's a good thing I don't have a resin printer where I live. Currently. Where I live currently, because that would be quite a mistake to make if I like spilled some in a place I'm renting. Okay. I think I'm gonna try doing 5 first. Where's 5 sit? Come on. I'm trying to like put these together beforehand before I just glue them, so I actually know how they all sit together. How do these go together? They go together like that. So I need to do... Do these... I feel like this is supposed to slide forward. Am I doing this wrong? No, it looks like it's supposed to slide forward. No, that doesn't look right. Losing time here. God, I wish this booklet showed a better way of trying to put it together. I don't feel like it does. I did. So that people in the Discord can talk about books, or I can share my suggestions like you recommended or other bits like that. So that is in the Discord. Okay, that is going on wrong. That's supposed to sit somehow up like that. Am I doing this wrong? I keep making the same mistakes over and over again. I'm so tempted. Do I just cut that? These two together. This is supposed to fit in. Okay. That sits. Wow, why am I having trouble with just this back part? No. Okay. For some reason, this is not working, I think, like how it's intended. So I'm going to cut a little bit away to actually let it slide in. Glue that down. Sit in where you're supposed to. I think it sits in there. Wow, this thing is... This thing sits on a really bad, like, hinge point, in my opinion. I don't know if I'm putting it together wrong, or if it's just, like, a really tough design. But it's on there right now. What's up, Jake? Welcome to the stream. Catching me in the middle of a challenge for myself. Excuse me. Let's see, I need 7 and 8. I'm crashing out. What do you mean? I don't think I'm crashing out. Oh, there's 8. Okay, so it's a smaller arm. Oh, losing it. I don't think... Oh, I guess I was for a bit with the middle section of this tyranid body. It somehow wouldn't fit the way it's shown in the image, so I was having some trouble with that. I think that ate up a good little bit of my time. I'm trying to see if I can complete this hive kill team, this hive fleet kill team in like 8 hours. Not just building, but building and painting. Most of this stream is just going to be building it. Next stream will be the painting. So I'm hoping I can complete a good portion. I should also be reading chat because I know you guys are talking about 3D printers. And you guys were talking about books as well. Nice. Nice that you're painting some heads. Is it for your Chaos Marines? Or is this like another army you're working on, Jake? Oh my lord, I know what my problem was. I had it on backwards. Holy crap, I had the whole thing on backwards. That's why it wasn't fitting together correctly. Oh my lord. Okay. Yeah, that's on me. I gotta pay better attention. I was too focused on my time and not, like, looking at everything properly. I was crashing out. I didn't realize it. There, that fits better. That fits so much better. Oh, Lord. But, nice. Nice. I'm glad you're working on your chaos stuff. I'd love to see some of your, paint jobs for them at some point. God, I had it on the wrong way. I don't know a big difference between the Horus Heresy ones and the CSM bodies. I need to unplug my headset. It is twisted around. I guess that depends on when your Marines fell. Like, do you think it'd be during the heresy, or is it after? I mean, you could do both, I guess. It just, maybe, yeah, maybe they would look a little bit weird. Okay. Then I would think Heresy would be a better pick. Just because I don't know how long it's been since the Great Rift opened in the timeline. I know timeline in 40k is ever changing. Once we use 14. But I like... Okay. 14's a big spike claw. But I also like the pincher. Uh, maybe they could have fallen. It's hard to say because I'm like, I don't know when they stopped using the heresy pattern. But I mean, if they were before Primaris, so custom success magnet. I like that one too. My vote is for the heresy, just because it's only been a couple years. You can say they're not Primaris models yet, and then if you build your army like longer and stuff like that, then switch over to chaos. Or my also personal favorite is use both. The hard part is they are, I think, two different sizes. Like the size of Chaos Marines and the detail compared to. Oh, I have no idea what kit you should use. I have never messed with Warhammer Heresy before. I assumed you knew more than I did and that you already had the boxes. Hmm. I feel like you should kit bash both of them together then. Use some bits from the Khorne Berserker models and some from the Heresy. Like, have Tactical Marines. I think Tactical is the only one I know from the Horus Heresy, or at least what I've seen the most. And then you can mix it with the Khorne bits to show more of their corruption. Because I know Khorne loves showing off their bare arms and all that extra stuff, so that could be a big one. Maybe you're able to do a good kit bash between, make like a possessed and all that. Wow, I just realized how much my camera is actually shaking. And I'm going to, is it my map I should turn? My camera. What if I turn? Oh, there we go. I had to do that. Yeah, that would be annoying. Did they have models where it was both arms exposed? They have a glove gauntlet on both sides, but only the right arm is bare. It might be more money, but try to find an older kit if you can, then that would have both. That would then go with the more Great Crusade style too, because their newest model, I don't know like how much of a big upgrade it is from previous models and all that. Okay. What's the difference between 12 and 13? And oh no, they both got the fin shape. I'm gonna cut both out, and then now it's having me move over to the arms, and I'm just curious what the different shapes on the arms is. I might just do one of each, because I think it's just positioning is the biggest thing with the Tyranid. Because they look to me the exact same, besides like one claw probably being a little bit bigger. No, they do look the exact same. So this is the regular arm for the prime of the leader of the kill team, and then this is the other arm. I was gonna say, it has on the other one like both arms outstretched, but I think I want to do one outstretched and one like ready to attack. Oh, dude. Oh, they don't have the top claw. That's what it is. They don't have that spike on top. Ooh. Okay. I thought they'd be fully similar, so I could do one regular and one not. That's annoying. I mean, I could shave it off and make it look like that. Is the size also... Is there a big size difference? Claw's a bit longer. Yeah, I'll just stick with the regular prime arms. Okay. I'm excited to use these guys when I actually, like, play with my friends and stuff. I'm not sure how you're meant to play this Tyranid team. I think you're supposed to do, like, a lot of hide-and-go-seek is how I will word it with people. You just burrow underground, then you appear at another spot, take out a couple enemies or an enemy at a time, and then go back down. I was going through the like big book that has all the rules and stuff. I don't know if that's considered like if each of the kill team like big box that came out, if their books are considered the Crusade books, like for that. I guess section if you want to do it. I guess that makes sense. Where am I going with what I'm saying? I'm trying to remember where I was going with this. Let's select that. Let's select that. If I have time, like extra time and all that, I will build and paint up the terrain as well. But that is probably going to be a secondary on my own thing. I wouldn't be able to do a lot of the terrain bits, but I am liking how this guy's turning out. I'm thinking they're going to be an offshoot of either High Fleet Typhon or High Fleet Ouroboros. How I want these Tyranids to be. Oh. I mean, I'd be down at some point to have like a game where I can play with my subscribers and stuff like that. But I was thinking of having these be like a Tyranid cleanup crew. They're a more melee focused set of Tyranids. I need number 10. What's the other one it would have me do? Oh, the other one would just be little armor claws. Their color scheme, I don't know if you have seen it or not, Jake, but this is the Norm Emissary that I've been painting for a bit. Their color schemes are going to be based like brown, green, and I'm going to lighten up the blue a little bit. So, yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, fair, just lore-wise. I, eh, I, yeah, I'd be okay with that. I'd be certainly okay with, like, having this high fleet come upon, either you guys before you felt the chaos or maybe after. I haven't thought up much, like, story lore-wise for these guys. Like I said, I really want to think of them more as the Tyranid cleanup crew. If like a high fleet is gone too far from what the hive mind initially thinks, they send in these guys to take care of those Tyranids. They'll do what Typhon does and attack worlds that are weak already, so they don't have to spend as much energy attacking and sieging that world. I don't have any gene stealers, but I don't know if these guys would employ gene stealers or not. I don't know. Like, for me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of how gene stealers look, but I know they're terrifying. I think I would more employ, because these are models I have, they would employ more like Death Leapers or Lictors or Death Leapers. Yeah, I don't have a big interest in Gene Stealers. I want to just because I'm doing Tyranids, and I kind of want to have a few Gene Stealer models to be like, oh, I have Tyranids, I can do Gene Stealers as well, but there's other models I can use in the Tyranid line to do kind of the same effect that I'm thinking of. I don't know what book this is in or not, but I guess there's a book or a short story or something that has a cardinal or some sort of guy leading a backwater planet, and the hive mind sends in a Death Leaper, which I have a Death Leaper model built, and I was going to use in a custom Tyranid kill team. So I like to think that... Actually, I have all models. I have a Lictor. I have a Neuro Lictor. I have a Death Leaper. I have the... I don't know, like, whatever the other name of, like, Leaper. They come, like, in a 3-pack. It's like a Von something Leapers. But I figured when my Hive Fleet comes in and invades a planet, we use, or they use those models more. So, like, they'll also use these guys as well to come and attack. So that's kind of the lore implications I have. I like to think... I don't have a name for the Hive Fleet yet, but... That's a good question. I've not played Halo, although I do know Halo lore. From what I understand, all of sci-fi inspires itself. So I'm not saying it's not possible that the Flood is inspired by the Tyranid, because I think the Tyranids are much older than Halo and all that. That arm's gonna fall out for a sec. But from what I understand, like, I think StarCraft is the name of it. Warhammer stems from StarCraft. And all that. And that's mostly just because, like, legal stuff of why they're not the same. That's why if you look at, like, StarCraft and Warhammer, they got very similar stuff. Oh, because you're here, Hannibal, and you didn't get to see it. So you asked about metalworking stuff. This is what I was talking about that I've actually started making metalwork wise. This is the start of my Inquisition badge that I'm making for the cosplay. I did film myself making this. I have other bits that I got to put on. The vise I was using made little dots in the back, so this is going to be the front part. But I'm going to have another bit of brass come up on the top here and have the 3 little side bits, and then I'm going to do a bit of bone that I'm going to carve into a skull shape and have on top of that, and then do copper all on the edges here, and then try to do red resin in the middle and make that shiny. So that is something I am working on. I haven't looked at the timer yet. I don't know how long it's taking me to build just one model. I'm afraid it's taking me longer than I would have liked it to. We got one guy done. We got the leader of the Hive Fleet done. Let's look at my time. It's taking me 40 minutes just to build one. Oh, fuck. Time is not going well. It's okay. It just means I already know how it's going to lay out. I can do the rest very easily. Let's see. 21, 22, and 24. I'm excited for it. I think Sunday I'm going to be able to set up shop and do some more metalworking stuff. Not that I'm going to be able to film or like live stream or stuff like that. At some point I'll be able to, but it'll be like the next time I'm able to do more work. Yeah, no, I fully know. I know I can get this done within the 8 hours. I just wanted to get it done and look good at the same time. This is more practice for myself to see if I can even complete a project in like a short amount of time. Because I've been talking about doing challenges for like a bit, like 24-hour and stuff like that, and I don't know. I thought this was a fun one. Because I met up with friends last night to play Magic the Gathering with them. And some of them I do play Warhammer with. They're more into Magic than they are Warhammer. But I was able to be like, you know, we should get together and like do a Warhammer thing. And one of them wants to do a paint night together, so I will go together with him. And I told him, like, I really want to play because it's been a bit and you guys have had these models. They haven't all built. They're just not all painted. So. My main deck. So I have 3 decks that I play. The first deck I ever used was a red and green deck. It's a dragon deck. It cost me like $30. It's like a basic, you learn how to play Magic using this deck. I've had fun with it. I have a red, black, and blue deck. That's from the most recent dragon stuff that came out, like the Spirit Dragon stuff. I think that's Tarkov. And I have a Warhammer deck. The Warhammer deck was the second one I got, and I got the Space Marine one. I want to do a 12 or 24-hour stream at some point. I just have to find a day schedule for me, and I think that'd be more like in the winter when I'm not as busy. Or I have to like take a day off from work and schedule that way, and I'm currently in the point where I'm like, I kind of want the money because there are things I gotta do. But I'm also thinking about getting like a second job. My local gaming store is looking for full-time positions. I'm more like into part-time position. But I know if I got that job, I wouldn't have as much time to stream. But it would be like extra cash. So I am. So going back to Magic, I got 2 more decks I need to build. I've had one for about a year. I need to build. It's a dinosaur deck, and that one's a red and green one. And I got one from a Secret Santa that I did with the same group of friends. That is, I think, a green and white deck. It's mostly green, but it's got white and red cards in it. I would run out to my vehicle, because all my cards are in my vehicle right now, and I would say, but... I want to make a Hydra deck at some point. I played against a Landfall Hydra deck, and that was... He had one good round. He did really well, and we're like, you are a danger. We need to take you out. And because we focused on him, a guy that plays a goblin deck named Krinko came in and won. And usually we all target Krinko, because Krinko is, when he starts going, he's a little bit busted. Is that not where you're supposed to sit? It says it's supposed to sit like that. Oh, it sits here. Okay. I enjoy Magic. It's just a lot to learn. What I played last night with everyone was kind of a form of standard. You open 6 Magic packs, and you kind of build a deck using those cards. So you have 23 creature or artifact cards, and 17 lands. That's another fun way to play cards and do something different than what you normally do. Maybe it makes you think about building decks a little bit differently. I met a guy there last night who's also in the Warhammer. He doesn't play. He's into the lore. He knows how expensive Warhammer can be, and he's like, I don't want to get into it because it's so expensive. I'm like, I hear you and understand that. But if you're ever interested, I have spare armies and stuff that I'd be willing to share. Like I have told you guys plenty of times. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking with this High Fleet, because I know last stream I decided to give a name to my Norn Emissary. I'm gonna look up a couple names and see if I can find ones that like deal with like betrayal or eating and stuff like that. But I'm also tempted to just do like a dinosaur themed High Fleet. Like I named the Norn Emissary like Stratosaurus Rex, or like something like that. I completely forgot what it was. I didn't write it down. Oh, no, not Ceratus. It was Sturash, because I was thinking of like the frilled dinosaur with like the one horn on it. Styracosaurus? I think I was thinking like Styracorex or something like that is what I was thinking. So I can try to like do a high fleet with a combination of just different dinosaur names or something like that. Or maybe I just name the units that. That is fully possible. They have that in Warhammer Fantasy. Or in Age of Sigmar, they have an Ankylosaurus with a giant crystal cannon on its back. I don't have that model, but it is a cool model. I will say Ankylosaurus is one of my top 3 favorite dinos. All my top 3 are all herbivores, I would say, but if I had to expand, I do have, like, my top 5 has 2 carnivores in it. No one asked this, and I'm going to share it now. So, my top 1 is Dracorex. I love Dracorex. And then it goes Ankylosaurus. And then it goes one of the Triceratops dinosaurs. I'm thinking Styracosaurus. I'm probably saying it wrong. I haven't said dinosaur names in so long. But he's got like one horn and a bunch of like other horns as a frail. And then it goes Baryonyx and Carnotaurus. Ankylosaurus is so cool. It is my top favorite. I regret... So, I had a gem store near where I lived, and they sold dinosaur fossils every once in a while. And they had an Ankylosaurus scoot fossil for sale. I was in high school, and it would have been a lot of money to buy this, but like it was for $500. I really wish I bought it now. I do have a couple of dinosaur fossils. I would love to find out how to become part of a dinosaur dig. I kind of want to. Maybe that'll be one of my goals next year, is to join a dinosaur dig or go to a state that you can find dinosaur fossils at and spend some time digging and trying to like find stuff. Maybe I could do that as a Canada trip. Go up to Canada, like Alberta, Canada, and go to the Hell Creek Formation. I think it's Alberta. I'd have to double check. So... Okay, how does this sit together? It goes like that, it looks like. I'm trying to... I want to dry lay everything together before I even think about gluing it. I think it's like that. What is Germany's, like, national dinosaur? I'm kind of curious now. Does anyone know what that is? Because it kind of shocks me that Germany, like, has fossils. I don't know. Like, Europe, to me, in my brain, shouldn't have any fossils because of the Ice Age. But not all of Germany was covered in ice. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of jealous because there are no fossils really in my state. They all got destroyed during the Ice Age. And I really wish we had some. I'm not going to crash out this time trying to put this one together. I'm actually going to slow down and do it properly. like Germany must have one. Maybe that's just a state thing, like a U.S. thing, where like we have a national fossil or like a state fossil. Because I know here in the U.S. we want to have like a state everything, like a state food, a state tree, a state fish, a state bird. Even a state mineral. Oh, that'd be cool. So I'm now sitting here thinking like, to go on a fossil dig like overseas. I think that'd be kind of cool. Okay, I'm gonna read Hannibal. The Ice Age was about 60 million years after the Great Dying. The fossils were already underground then. And then going to what Dorzo says, yeah, I never understood why my area was full of important historical places. It's wild. A lot of Indian mounds. So, on that subject, because weirdly I have found YouTube shorts about that said subject. So I have a little bit of weird... if it wasn't already known already, I'm a bit of a history buff. I like learning about history and other random facts. The U.S. has a lot more... I'm trying to think of like the right word. Ruins, I think is the word I'm going to use. Then we realize a lot of it, it's just made out of dirt though. And that's because like the Native Americans didn't have metal tools or pack animals to build these stone monoliths that we were able to overseas. Let me make sure I put this on correctly. Yeah. So, yeah, I lost my train of thought because I distracted myself. Yeah, there are so many like Native American sites that people don't realize are sites. Because like I said, they're mostly just made of dirt. And a lot of times we bulldozed over them without realizing we're destroying history. And sadly, I think that's a very American thing right there. Okay, how do you want to sit? You want to sit like that? So if I have that match up again, stay there, stay there. And then, do you get covered by... Could I put these two together and then set it down? I think this is what took up most of my time last time. Like that. How far? Yeah, it does kind of sit like that, huh? They don't really show good angles. Thank you for stopping by, Hannibal. Hopefully, best of luck with your project. Hopefully the client's happy with it and you make some money. Just being crazy. he back here? I think I have to do what I did last time and glue these together and then just kind of set them in there. Okay, that sits like that. I think that's how that sits. Ooh, okay. I'm sitting here again thinking about High Fleet names. And I'm like, okay, what'd you say, Dorzo? Final part has been printed here in a sec. I'll prime everything and hopefully get started tomorrow. Nice. I can't wait to see it all painted up. I hope it turns out like you planned it to. Okay, I also gotta paint, or not paint, glue these sections together. I think I'm losing. I mean, yeah, I like having the big, like, models and stuff to use as well. There's something about it that makes it more fun. Okay, I think... No, that doesn't line up right. Does it? Where do you sit? Do you sit there? I think you sit there. Okay. That goes there. Now I need 29 and 27. Okay. I can't. That's not a different one that I gotta find. Oh, this is a whole different model, huh? Well, I do need this tail here. That's good. Ooh, I want to do something like that. I have a couple sprue bits that look like they'd be good for a tank, so I want to use them in a tank. I'm a little sad. I won't be able to use some of these weaver heads. I will set these to the side. Now I need to find... $29 and $27. It's not this one. This one goes to the side. Ooh, yeah, so with that being said, Dorzo, he said, yeah, I like, sometimes I have supports that look like steel beams and stuff. When I bought some 3D printed stuff off of Etsy, I kept most of the extra supports because I thought they looked like bits of rebar or like little bits of candle. like small candles, and I was gonna keep them to do extra like terrain pieces. Uh, on the base of this guy, that is a 3D printed support right there. That looks like a bit of metal. So I fully know what you're talking about. Oh, by the way, Dorzo, I now have my PO box set up correctly. I will post a Google Docs on how people can send me stuff tonight. I will have that in the description of the channel. Because I know you said you wanted to send stuff, which also saying what you saying. Yes, I've seen people sell like their failed prints as terrain for Warhammer, or just terrain in general, which I think would be really, like, that's really cool to do. Like if you have like a failed tank or something that you were trying to make, you can make it look like a blown out or busted tank. I think you've heard most of my ideas right now, like now in past couple streams when it comes to builds and stuff, but I will certainly keep that in mind. I mean, I definitely want to like 3D. I would have loved to 3D print a Aquila design or a couple skulls for like the cosplay or things like that. But I don't have the STL, and I was going to send it to friends and stuff, but I just didn't know how to go about doing that. I've seen STLs for people that have made actual wax seal stamps, because I like collecting wax seal stamps. I have one right now. I only want to collect certain ones so that I can make like actual beauty seals or other little stamps, or if I do letters or stuff to people. I saw at Michael's they were selling a calligraphy set. And I'm like, oh, that'd be cool to have, but I'm not into calligraphy. I just more want it for the aesthetic. I want to set up a room one day in my own house that looks like an adventurer's room, like an old adventurer with all of his collections over the years, or like an old wizard's study. I've always liked that type of look in a place. Well, it's good to know that we are on the same mindset with that. Hoping I don't run out too soon on this glue. I do have a second glue bottle that I can use. I haven't done that yet, but I feel like if I go to, I actually need to go to like Home Depot and stuff for some butcher block, because I want to make a couple tables, or like I have some tables that I want to refurbish and sell. I need to measure those out soon and do that, but yeah, I feel like if I go to Home Depot, I'm gonna grab some other tools that I need. Like I can't find my old blacksmith hammer, and I need to find out where it is before all that. I need to take this arm off because it's not staying where it needs to. I do want to find that hammer actually, because I've had that hammer since I was 13, It's done every single project I've had with it, and it's now to the point that it's like the perfect shape that I need it to be. Okay, that's there. It is a good hammer. It's not a wooden handle one. It's a like yellow black plastic one. I know most people take off those handles and put on wooden ones, but I don't mind the plastic black and white one. It's been so long that I've had it that I've just been gotten used to it. There. Those are set. Now I need 28 and 30. Should be easy. I have two models in this kill team that I'm really excited to build. One of them is the Wrecker, which I'm working on now. And the other one is the Poison Sack guy. I really am excited to build those, but I need to stay focused. I'm getting sidetracked. Okay, there's 28. Doja says, I'm going to print some demons. Hopefully get my friend into trying wargaming. Honestly, that's not a bad way of doing it. Just something small like that. Not that you're... I think how you have it set up, the one-page rules sounds like a good way of getting people into it. Kill Team seems like another interesting way of getting people into Warhammer. I need 30. I'm getting blind. Where's 30? 30's right there. I got one of my friends into wargaming through the introductory box of Warhammer. Let's see. I'm going to give him like 5 little dudes and see if he gets it done. Nice. I will say, I think what got some of my other friends into it was showing them like the building and painting, because some people don't always like doing the game bit. Some people just like doing the craft bit. But yeah, just give him some little dudes and see if he can actually play and figure it out. I was saying earlier for high fleet stuff. Okay, I'm gonna try not to cut my fingers, and I realize now I'm doing it a little bit hard. I want to use the word like dino and like a name for dinosaur or something that means dino, and then time, or like I don't know. I really like Ouroboros the more I think of it. Like, Ouroboros is a good name. Okay, I'm gonna see what he said. He picked Nurgle. He was always he always renegaded, never Paragon. I feel like I need to look up the definition of those words to understand what's saying. He was always... Oh, he was always Renegade, never Paragon. Okay, I think I understand now. I had to, like, read it out to myself again and sit there and think. In Mass Effect, good was Paragon, Renegade. Yeah. It's not a word that I've seen a lot, so it took me a while to, like, go into the library and pull out what Renegade and Paragon meant and then go from there. I guess not to be mean, but I'm going to ask, Is your friend more someone who will sit in the basement and eat a bag of Cheetos and do that for like a week straight, or is that not the kind of person they are? I'm not saying every person that likes Nurgle is like that. No, he's a normal guy. Not a nerd at all. Fair enough. I mean, I've I've definitely met some like non-nerd people that have probably worshipped Nurgle in their life and not realized it. God, here's an odd question. Is a gym locker room okay, would a gym locker room be a spot for Nurgle worship or for corn worship or both? I know that's an odd question. But for anyone that's actually been in a changing room for like a gym and stuff like that, I feel like there's some very Nurgle stuff going on in there at the microscopic level. Oh, so if he was to play Undertale, he would just kill everybody and then fight Sans, and then wonder why he's having to fight Sans. No, probably not. I'm gonna snack on some pretzels real quick. Oh no. I've never played The Witcher. I tried. I just couldn't get into it. And it's not for a fact that I didn't want to. It was just my first time playing a game like that, so it threw me off for the first time. There are definitely games that like I would want to play, and the one I tried to get into was Witcher 3. But it's the same thing with me when I tried getting into Dark Souls. I want to play Dark Souls, I want to enjoy Dark Souls, but I can't jump over the first hurdle of the game. Actually, you know what made me stop playing The Witcher 3? I'm the type of person that wants to go out and collect the ingredient that I'll need for that particular battle, and I have no idea where to find it or get it. So I'll go off and explore and end up in a completely different area than I really need to be. Dorsa says, oh, it was torture. Not only did I beat it, but my friend had me stream every bit of it. No help. Dark Souls. That is. Oh, yeah. When I used to be a gaming channel, I streamed my Dark Souls playthrough on Twitch. I never got past... I never made it to the bridge demon. I ran by him. I never fought him. But then I tried to run by him. You had to defeat him to be able to get to the next section. Died, and then kept dying to all the other guys before him. So it was a really kind of hard playthrough of trying to get through it. And that was just with Dark Souls 1, yeah. Oh, yeah. Archers, guys with shields. For me, it was like the spear guy in one spot beforehand, because, like, from where the demon is to the last bonfire, there's no bonfire in between, so you have to, like, fight your way through again to get there. I do know some people struggle with these games. The Monster Hunter games have been ones that I know I've struggled with, but then some people enjoy. Okay, so how am I trying to word this? I played one Monster Hunter game and I had a hard time with it, and then I played a different one later, and then once I understood how it went through, I went back to that older one and enjoyed that one. Which I still gotta play Wilds at some point. I have that on my bucket list, and I meant to last weekend, and I never played it. One sec, it clicks. Oh, once it clicks, yeah. There are just some... Yeah, it's just some games where it just takes a bit. And for me, World, I think, had a better, like, way of teaching you how to play than the DS games for Monster Hunter. Because I tried to play Monster Hunter Try? Or I think it was Generations. Yeah, I want to play Wilds. I have Wilds. It's sitting in my Steam library. I just haven't had the time yet to play it. And I really want to for Lagiacrus. Lagiacrus is on my list of monsters I want to fight. Honestly, if I could have a big model of, like, any monster from Monster Hunter, it would be a Lagiacrus model. I would probably want, like, Abyssal and the regular one as models. And when I say big, I mean, like, a foot long. That's probably not 12 inches or a foot. That's probably a little bit bigger. But I want, like, a model that big. They probably make one that big too. Like, I should look and see if, like, Japan or something has one. Because I have Lagiacrus, like, stuffy in storage. I'd love to put him back on my shelf, but I don't have a shelf to put him on. Okay, now I need 32. Maybe that's what I should do for one of, like, my really big Tyranids, is I should just paint them as different Monster Hunter, monsters for Monster Hunter. Maybe at a different point. Don't think I need to do that now with these guys. Which way this needs to set. Which way? You're having it go like that? Did I do the wrong head? Did I not cut off 31? What's up, Dave? Glad you could stop in. I thought I cut 31 off. It's 30. 39. That's 87. It's a little bit fiddly. I'm working on the Typhon kill team, or the big kill team box that came out with Tyranids and stuff. I am building the Typhon, or the Tyranid kill team. That's what I just need to say. And I'm trying to do it in under 8 hours. So I'm hoping to get all these guys built this stream, and then next stream I can have them all painted. Yeah, the brand new Tyranid box. I think I cut off 50. Is there a 31 on this? Oh, there is. Oh, that's why that doesn't work. 31 was on a different box, different sprue. But I'm glad I get to use this one. This was a head I wanted to use. So you go over there. Yeah, it's a brand new box that is the Mechanicus versus the Tyranids. And a while ago, I made a custom Space Marine kill team for myself. And I'm working on a Chaos one for my friend. But I am also playing with, or I have other friends, and one of those guys already does Space Marines. So I wanted to do another army, and I figured I'd do the Tyranids. I thought about sharing them because I have a friend who would play Mechanicus, but I think I'm just going to build them and hold on to them because he hasn't built the minis or boxes that we got him. He's been too busy trying to open up a magic store, so I fully understand why he's been busy. Which he's doing very well at. He's actually going to be open like in August. So that is going to be that. But I think in total, including myself, there'll be 4 people that can play kill team. I got an Eldar player, we got a Space Marine player, we got a Chaos player, and then there's myself, who I can either do Tyranids or Space Marines as well. Come on, fit in there. Why is that having a hard time signing in? Am I not doing that right? No, I'm doing it right. I don't want it to... I don't think it's supposed to stick out that far. I definitely want one of the Mechanicus models so I can run as a tech priest for my guard army. So that's why I'm also keeping them. This is not... For some reason, I can't get that side in. Dave, I have 4 armies. My main one is Space Marines. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about yourself. You're already thinking about second army. You know that's bad. Not even up on the first. That pile grows way faster than you realize. Okay. I can't seem to get this to fit correctly. So I'm probably going to do something that's not smart. I'm just going to cut that. Adeptus Sororitas does look cool. There's like 2 models I want to get from Adeptus Sororitas. I want to get Saint Celestine, and I want to get a couple Battle Sisters. I have no idea. I don't play tabletop that much, so I don't know what's considered viable or not in the meta. I just go with whatever I like. Okay. I got that to work together. I had to cut that in order to make it work. And now I gotta glue it to its body. Oh, it is like right up against it, huh? Yeah, I'd say these guys, they're like medium to build. Some parts are easy to build. I was losing my mind building this guy because I was having the body be put on the wrong way initially, and I didn't realize that it was going on wrong. But so far it's easy. It's just a lot of little finicky bits here and there. So that's a bit slow. They're not super posable. GW is really kind of pushing a thing of like not making their models very posable. They want you to keep it looking the way they have it. I just dropped that. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah. I think the only way to like make these guys posable is if you cut off, if you like take the drill, widen out the hole where it is for them, and then like take off the nub and add your own little like circular nub. That's the only way you can really get them to be super posable. Yeah, I dislike the whole square nub thing. It's like, you know, sometimes I just want my model to have an arm in a like different position. Maybe I want the arm to look like it's blocking something, or like reaching out to grab stuff. Is definitely a they limit the creativity, and that makes me sad because I got into this to be creative and all that. Yeah, I've experienced that with some Space Marine models where like I had the arms in, and then trying to get the gun to line up just didn't work. I then learned to just put the arms on the gun first and then attach it to the body. I was annoyed that it had to be that way, but hey, that's just how it had to work. I mean, you could also use green stuff as well to like fill in the gaps in the model, or get some. Oh, I'm trying to think what people make. I just stuck the arms to the hands on the gun. Figured I could try to attach the whole arm assembly at once. Yeah, that's what I've had to do with some of it. I'm thinking of like when people take this sprue goo. That's the word I'm looking for. I know people have used sprue goo to like help reattach stuff and all that. Come on. I like this wrecker. He's got little crab claws, but I love that, like, cut open mouth. What type of Tyranids are you building? No, his arm! It fell off again! Oh, Necrons. Okay. I mean, still my question stands. What type of Necrons are you building? I'm always curious on what projects people are working on. Because I want to hear about them. I want to know about them. Immortals are cool looking. I might grab a box of Immortals at some point, but yeah. Oh, you're gonna make the Immortals into snipers. Nice. Those are they're def something, right? The snipers. I kind of forget what their name was. Or is. This is going to be a little bit of like a weird thing to say, but I do have an army I dislike going against, and it's Eldar. They got the giant one eye in the center of their head, and a cool hood on their carapace. Oh, I haven't seen that. I was going to say, I know in the Kill Team box, there's like 3 snipers, but it's like one eye, but they don't have a hood. I like that hood idea more. That's really cool. Okay, 2 models down. Wrecker's done. Where are we standing with stuff? We're at 1 hour and 30. Okay. What's the next one going to be? When do I get to build the next cool guy? That's what I'm looking for. Well, I mean, all these models are cool. I really want to build the Reaver Venom Spitter at some point. How many for the Reavers, or how many in the Necron Kill Team? Because the Reaver kill team is 5 models? I think for, yeah, this Tyranid kill team it's 5. But in the box... Okay. In the big box, it's 5 of the Reavers. I think 8 or 10 of the Mechanicus. And then they have a couple, like, Hormigaunt models thrown in as well. I think it's 5 from the image of it. Because also in the book for the Tyranids and stuff, and I think I was trying to say this earlier and I forgot about it. They have a list for, like, if you play solo, like, what models to use if you're playing, you know, by yourself solo. So they have, like, a card for Hormigaunt, for not Death Leapers, but, like, they're, like, Vox something Leapers, and a couple other models, like Bio Gaunts or something like that. So, like, oh, if I want to build a custom kill team using, like, the Leapers and Hormigaunts, I can do that. I know, like, what their stats are. Which makes me very happy. Okay, we're going to take 42. Get that cut out. It's going to eat my time, but I'm going to step away for a second. It's warm here, and it's starting to cool down, so I'm going to open some doors and windows where I'm at. Okay, I'm back. And I need 43. There it is. I feel like now I was being too ambitious when I put the 8-hour time limit on myself. But I don't know. I'm not at the painting point yet. I feel like it's still doable. Still very doable to paint 5 models with, I don't know, whatever time I'll have left with building. I'm kind of getting a model done every 40 minutes. Give or take, like, 5 to 10 minutes. It's not the best time in the world, but some of these models have given me some trouble here and there, and I'm trying to find everything. So then this model is just going to sit... Ah, it does have a little spot it wants it to be in. Okay, okay. That's there. Now we move on to the next one. Okay, 44 and 45. Do I want to lose any of that? My dog just booped me to let him know he was there. Okay. This is the part that I always have trouble with, is when I'm putting on... Oh, that one actually fits together like it's supposed to. That's the first time that happened. You can tell I'm a little bit spiteful. Not spiteful, a little bit annoyed. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, thanks for being here for a bit. I appreciate the company, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Come on, stay. This one's also got a really cool head, and I think... Yeah, I'm going to need this head for it that I cut off earlier. So, I apologize if you guys haven't been able to see it so far. So far I've been able to build the Reaver Prime and the Reaver Wrecker so far. And I'm working on the Thermoscythe is the name it looks like. Cool, I already got the head off, now I just gotta do these little side things. I know I'm gonna use these in my normal Tyranid army. And I just say that to follow up with, I'm going to buy another box of Reavers and make the regular models, but I'm going to be so tempted to recreate some of these other models I have. Like, maybe I want 2 Wreckers. Maybe I want 2 of the venom spitters and stuff like that. Because their models just look so cool. I think GW did a good bit with the model that they were going with here. Got that snake vibe going on. Like snake centipede vibe. Oh, go the other side, huh? Go on like that. Cool to have like a little bit of smoke or steam coming out of the top of those vents. There we go. Got that head. Look at that. That's a cool head. Oh, I also forgot to do little sidearms. I need 47, 46. There's 47. And 46. Be a terrible idea. See, these guys have been around for a bit. I mean, I'm gonna go for like, I'm gonna go until 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I usually go for about 4 hours. If I start at 6, I'm probably actually gonna push it to 10:30, just because I start a half hour late. And when I said I'm giving myself 8 hours, I'm considering 2 streams. Because I usually stream for about 4 hours every time I go. So, which, I was thinking, Jake, about the lore and stuff like that. You said for your Chaos Marines, they had to eat, like, some creatures that were making them more warped, tainted, and some other stuff like that. I kind of need a refresher because I'm thinking about these guys' lore and trying to figure out how it can incorporate other things with them. I'd be interested in thinking if these were the tyrannids that they were eating, but I don't know. Oh yeah, that's fully true. There's only so long. Actually, I think there's a Space Wolf story that like involves a Space Marine like going without sleep and food for quite a while. Trying to think. Oh. And 45. I kind of want to say my Tyranids have had a few run-ins with different factions. I want to bounce an idea with you, Jake. What if during your guys' lowest point during like their transformation and stuff like that? Although you said your Chaos Marines were stuck in the warp, so they weren't really able to get. Maybe that won't work. What I was thinking was, if when your guys were at their lowest, my Tyranids would have shown up to then attack you guys, but if I remember correctly in your lore, you were saying your guys were stuck in a warp storm. Yeah, that's true. Also, don't the Tyranids silent the warp as well? Anything is possible to warp. So, if you're okay with it, I like the idea of that while your guys were like mid-transformation and stuck in the warp, my Tyranids showed up to attack your guys' because they knew that your Marines were weak. And you were just able to fend off them for like a long enough, and then warp chicanery, they got pulled out of the warp again. Could be like Zinch doing some sort of weird stuff. I wonder if I should make like a lore section in the Discord for people to like post their army's lore, and then the community can kind of build a connective story together if they so choose. There's my water. Yeah, that's probably like a more natural way of going about it. I do have a question, and I don't know if anyone knows. What happens when you eat Tyranid meat? Like, I haven't looked it up yet myself, but does anything, like, actually, like, really bad happens when you eat the meat? Because I know Tyranid blood can be acidic. Does the meat just, like, eat you back? Is it kind of like a pineapple case? Because, like, pineapples have such a strong acid that they kind of eat your skin away while you're eating them. Or they eat, like, your tongue and mouth and stuff, which is why you're not supposed to eat a lot of pineapple. So one of those situations, that'd be kind of interesting if it is like one of those situations. Just a more like aggressive pineapple juice situation. 'Cause, want some pineapple now. I have some in the fridge, but I don't know if it's good or bad. This, to me, looking at this Tyranid so far, on how he's posed and all that stuff, feels like a very Zinch style Tyranid right here. The way his hands are out, like little casting spells. And his skull, just his head, it just feels like it's a very chaos feeling Tyranid. What kind of blue are you trying to figure out the paint? Because what, are you doing... Because you're kind of going off of the old World Eater colors. Kind of. You're not playing World Eaters, it's just... your color scheme is similar to it. Okay, and I also need 48 and 49. Okay, you're doing it as a base coat. Cantor Blue is a base coat. I'm trying to think off the top of my head how I can help. I mean, that's your base coat, and then it's up to you. You can choose to, like, sponge highlights up from there, or I guess paintbrush highlights, but I feel like blue is kind of an easy color to kind of paint on a model. Both of those are good ideas. Both those sound like good ways of doing it. I'm trying to think of, like, what's another... I've seen a video once where people... it wasn't, I think... It wasn't dry brushed. It was... They spray painted their models teal and then threw, like, high speed paints over that, and that kind of gave it a more cool blue highlight. But I think if you dry brushed it white and then did the speed paint, that would give you... That would either get your models done or give you a good base to figure out, like, what your next highlights need to be and, like, where they go. But I don't think base coating and then dry brushing a lighter blue on top wouldn't hurt either. Well, guess I'll know what I'm looking at tomorrow. Yeah? Yeah, if you're here for tomorrow's stream, be happy to have you here. It's always nice chatting with you. It's nice chatting with everyone that pops in the stream and all that. I do have a sub goal that I want to try hitting next month if possible. I want to see if we can hit 200 subscribers next month. We're only like 19 away right now, last time I checked. I feel like it's very doable. his arm fell off. I think I've decided I'm going to spray paint these guys white. Because I have a white primer. And do mostly contrast paints. I could try airbrushing. I do have a airbrush, I just don't know how well I can get it to work. Did you see like that? No. Which, like... I'm making it look at me and I need to, like, spin it. Okay. There we go. Number 3 done. Come on, mouse. There we go. Number 3. Good and ready. Not bad. I got that guy done in less time. It took me, we're at 2 hours and 8 minutes for my timer. I have a little timer. I like the look of gold, but if you're looking for a more corrupted, tarnished look, go with brass. You could even go with a more darker gold. So a gold that I normally use when I'm painting is greedy gold. This is the gold that I use. And I will hit it with a dark tone wash, or even I have a couple Citadel washes as well. Let's see if I can find them. No, that one might not work for what you're doing. I've used either a dark tone from Army Painter or Agrax Earthshade. Agrax is more of a very dark color. If you kind of want like a reddish tinge to the gold, go with Reichland Fleshshade. That kind of gives a little bit of like a withering look, kind of like a bronze-ish color. Yeah, definitely. If those are the colors you want to go with those. I'm not going to disagree. Now that I have that guy done, we move on to the next one. We got 3 done, and I think there's only 2 more left. Is it 2 more? Yeah, just 2 more Tyranids. And I'm really looking forward to doing this last one. I think I know that creator, Hammer of Wrath, but I'll double check. I've seen one guy do like tarnished silver and gold. He's done copper. When I do build the Necrons, I want them to look like aged copper. I'm gonna like do black and then not dry brush. I'm gonna base them in black, prime them black, base them in teal, dry brush them copper. So that I get that very weathered copper look. Like a very like rusted penny or just very tarnished copper. What's the other one? 59. It's right there. I haven't really watched a lot of painting tutorials in a while, and I think I need to just to freshen up on a couple ideas. I haven't really been keeping up with the painting community that much. There. Maybe I'll actually be able to prime these guys tonight. Maybe I'm going to do better than I thought I did. I think I am going to have to do something with bases. Because I'm thinking on how I want to paint these guys, and I'm going to use that the Pro Acryl texture paste. And I'm also thinking, like, if I do that, I'm going to want to paint it a different color than what it normally is. I think the next time I build Reavers, I am going to give them all custom bases. Use cork and some like Pro Acryl paste stuff and just make it actually look like they're busting out of the ground. I mean, not that they already aren't busting out of the ground with how they look. I mean, it's a very cool looking base, but I think I can make one a little bit better. Got a very nice. It's got a very nice coil look to him right there. Are we back at the beginning? Oh, we are. I hope everyone's having a good night tonight, and they're enjoying themselves. I am here trying to do a little challenge for myself, for anyone that's new and popping in. I'm trying to build the Tyranid kill team that came out a while ago. I'm trying to get it done in under 8 hours. I got 3 models done. I'm working on number 4. I'm not going to do all 8 hours tonight. I'm going to do 4 tonight, and the other 4 will be in tomorrow's stream. So I'm happy I got something for that tomorrow. Initially I thought about doing a gaming stream tomorrow, but I think this will be a more fun thing to do. I'm probably going to drag one of my friends to join me for a call. It's been a while since I've had someone on. I got got one in particular I'm thinking about. And anyone that's watching, and for anyone that's watching and wants to join the community, I have a free Discord that you can join. There is a very nice group of people in there so far. We post all of our mini craft stuff that we do, other hobbies. It's not just Warhammer. It is for any sort of hobby that you have, whether it be metalworking, woodworking, painting, sculpting. It's just a place for people to come and share their creations. Got one guy who's posted some terrain that he's working on. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, it is downpouring outside. I gotta shut my door. I do have one co-host, and that is my dog. My dog is my best co-host. I didn't realize it's thundering and lightning right now outside, and it's just downpouring. It's very much appreciated now. It has been very hot. It's almost gone to like 100 degrees this week. 100 degrees Fahrenheit for anyone that is overseas and needs that distinction. Okay. Will you go on fine? Or do you go on over here? You going like that? No. This one's going to be another problem. So, go like that. And I'm going to try to test fit it and figure out where you fit. I think it fits in there. And like that. That's the biggest thing right now is I dislike the body connection on these Tyranid models. If they had a notch that each bit could fit into, I would feel better about it. Yeah, I've had to do that for 3 of them so far. But I appreciate the advice there, Brian. I hope you're having a good night tonight there. Kind of found one way to make it work. You work well if I cut off the slidey bits and then glue. I'll keep that noted. I've just kind of like glued the sides, like the back sides here, and then kind of forced it on that way. That's how I got it to work. It would also help if I threw glue down on that bit. Do you know this because you've built these models yourself, Brian, or have there been other models similar to this design? I've had some Tyranid models I've disliked building. Um, I'm kind of thinking on it. The one I enjoyed building, like the Norm Emissary is a nice one to build. The Hormigons, I think, are an easy one to build. Termagants, I'm not the biggest fan of building. I think the Death Leaper was another one that was kind of hard to build. I was going to say, I think it was for me, it was the skirt. Trying to get that to work, and then gluing him down to the base. Okay. Sorry, I was taking a little break to snack on something. Yeah, they do have really tiny annoying claw bits, but I will say, painting Tyranids or priming them white and then doing contrast paint on them, it's so satisfying. Not that I use it all the time, so I'm gonna grab it. I've done a couple streams where I painted this guy. This is my Norm Emissary. At some point I will finish him on stream, but I've done like 3 streams painting him, and he's been very fun and satisfying to build and paint up. I'm going to copy those colors onto these guys, probably do it a little bit darker. Okay. I gotta go to another color. I'm glad you like the colors. I was gonna try doing High Fleet Typhon's color scheme. What's up, Luke? I hope you're doing well. Things are going well here. I'm trying to challenge myself by building and painting the Tyranid kill team that came out recently in 8 hours. I'm spending 4 hours, or this stream's going to be 4 hours of me building it, and then tomorrow's stream's going to be another 4 hours of hopefully me painting. I've kind of slowed down a little bit right now just because I was chatting and resting up, but I need to push on through. But yeah, as I was saying, I wanted to do a Hive Fleet Typhon color scheme because of the kill team box, but then I tested it myself, realized how annoying the color scheme kind of was, even though it looks really good. So I decided I'm making an offshoot of High Fleet Ouroboros. They're just darker blue, brown bodies with green. They're going to be my own custom High Fleet, but I'm just going to offshoot them from other ones. Nice, Luke. Nice that you're making some heavy intercessors. I think you said last time you were working on those too, right? I think you were in here before. I think you were just like sub-assemblying them and painting them that way. I wonder if I should be doing that with these guys. Yeah. I I went to North Carolina to check out the Warhammer store there. I was going to visit a friend, but I checked out the Warhammer store there. And there were some people that had some really cool painted Tyranids. I loved some of the color schemes that they did with it. There was one guy, he did the bodies of like ash and black, but highlighted them in like red and yellows to look like they were kind of flaming a little bit. It was a very cool display. I don't think it's there anymore, and sadly the manager of that store is no longer the manager there. I don't know why he left, or why they let him go, but I wish they didn't, because he was a really cool manager. Compared to like one of my local store, this guy welcomed people to the community quite a bit. But I think he's working at like another game store down there, from what I've heard. Okay. So we'll do 64 first and then 66. If I do have time after building and painting everything, I'm going to try doing the terrain as well. I don't think I'll have the time to do the terrain. I'll probably do it on my own. GW is... I like GW for the models and stuff they make, but now that I've kind of like been seeing what people have been complaining about with the hobby, because I've only been in the hobby for like just over a year. I've not been in it that long. So kind of seeing why people dislike the company, I'm like, ah, that makes sense. That all makes sense. But I enjoy building the models. It's a way of being creative for me that I'm sometimes not always able to be. I mean, Warhammer isn't the only creative hobby I do. I'm trying to get into cosplay stuff. I've talked about that a few times on stream. I'm working on that in the background, but also filming that at the same time. And I am a blacksmith, bladesmith as well. But I haven't done that in quite a few months as well. And I want to get back into it. Okay, maybe that arm will stay. My problem is that every time I set up a workshop to do blacksmithing and stuff like that, something gets in the way and either has to kick me out of the workshop or just has to make me stop doing it. So it's been difficult to enjoy a hobby when you don't have a space to do it. I need 65. That just launched at me, but I know where it went. And I need 63. There it is. Okay, let me find out where that went. There it is. Okay. Probably actually not going to use the airbrush on these guys, because I have to build a whole box for it. I don't have an airbrush set up normally, so That is a downside with the airbrush, but these would probably be a cool one to do like a Zenithal style highlight. I'm not really sure why people call it Zenithal. I think priming them white and then... I don't know, do I really want to prime them white? I think I'm going to prime them in black and dry brush them. That's what I'm more going to do. I'll set up a good dry brushing pad. Because I do have my dry... Yeah, I do have my brush for that. Okay. Thank you, Gigan? I think your name is Gigan. Thank you, I very much appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and enjoy the rest of your evening. But yeah, I appreciate you dropping in and dropping a like. I was going to say, people don't have to like and subscribe. Just having people here watching and chatting and hanging out is more than enough support. Okay. I'm glad I said it right. I have a little bit of a stuttering problem sometimes and can't... I don't know if I have dyslexia or not. I don't think I do, but maybe. So sometimes I just try to make sure I say names right, or I give people nicknames. Okay, both those are on. I'm gonna take a quick little water break. Gotta stay hydrated. Okay. Those are done. Now we go to the cool claws. Let's see. I need number what? 70? Ah, there it is, 70. Oh, good claw. Thank you. Thank you again. And like I said, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for stopping in. I will be doing another one tomorrow just so that people know. I'm gonna put this a bit closer so my mic can actually, so my voice can actually be caught correctly. Yeah, I'm doing another one. Hopefully I can actually start at 6 like I planned. But every time I try to go and stream this week, I've been held back like a half hour. Excuse me, because of life. Not that it's bad stuff, I'm just like in the middle of trying to find a new place to move into, and then talking with relatives and my boss about other work stuff and all that. Slipping around too much. Sometimes this glue works awesome, and sometimes it just doesn't want to set. Oh. There we go. There we go. I got it now. Sorry, just checking some random stuff on the side. I should be paying attention more to my build than anything else. But also trying to let that dry. Weird. Need to do 67. I'd be really impressed if I actually get some paint put on these models. Not just primer, but like the actual paint that I want to use for these guys. I'd be very impressed if I got that done. A little thought just popped in my head. Are there actual streams where people do ASMR, but just like hobby noises or like Warhammer building noises, so like the clippers and the scraping of the plastic and the sound of glue? Is that like a thing people listen to? I feel like that'd be a weird niche that people do listen to. Don't fall over. Stay upright. Get a little snake. Okay. Number 69. Nice. Oh, no, fair enough. It's not a thing I'm into as well. It was just a weird thought that occurred while I was like scraping off some of the mini bits, like the little nubbins and stuff on here, and I'm like, that's probably being picked up by the microphone. I do not want to be a trailblazer into that. That is not a interest of mine. Thanks for stopping in, Brian. Let's see what he said. I'm out of here for now. It was cool to see your stream in my feed. I'll give you a sub. And yeah, there definitely is a crowd for that. Appreciate the sub, and yeah, if you're ever here in the future, I look forward to seeing you, but no pressure. I always get it. People are busy, and I'm just a lonely man at the bottom of the totem pole. Well, I'm a lonely salamander at the bottom of this totem pole. That is YouTube. But I appreciate everyone that does sit and listen to me ramble and talk about whatever. I like chatting with you guys here on the internet. Actually, strangely enough, talking into a microphone and with random people on the internet, at least random for me, has helped my confidence and speech at the same time. It's also going to help my brain process information a little bit more. Just, I'm not sure how to word it correctly without sounding like I'm rambling or being too weird. But I usually have a hard time trying to get my ideas out in my head. So being able to practice that over and over again has helped a lot. Learning to honestly just talk to myself at the end of the day, and maybe someone's there listening. That's true. That's very true, Luke. Luke was saying it's good practice, just like anything else. I think it's more enjoyable when you talk about what you're interested in, which is very true. Like, I've talked about a couple of my interests on this stream, not ones I've normally talked about. Most of the time it is Warhammer stuff. Okay, Jake. Go get some rest, man. We'll see you next time if you're here. But I'm glad you stopped by. I know, like, I talked about a couple of my other hobbies. Like, I talked about dinosaurs on here for a little bit, which was nice. Talked about some random history facts that I have bumping around in my head. I spend too much time on YouTube to begin with. Like, 95% of my time, I'm watching YouTube shorts. And the algorithm changes depending on what I'm listening to. But I'll get, like, let's see, right now it's a fireman show and, like, Animal Planet, like Blue Earth stuff. So I'm learning, like, random facts about parakeets and sea, like, and fish and other sea life or other creatures. I mean, it's enjoyable. I'm not disagreeing with it, but yeah, I've not paid for YouTube Premium. Is it even worth it? I mean, I'm okay with, like, for myself dealing with the ads because it's ad revenue going to the YouTuber. I mean, I like to think it's ad revenue going to the YouTuber. But it's, I don't know, it's fully different. Oh, I just realized I missed a thing to cut. I'll let that set before that. Talking about money, too. I'm only going to say this if people are interested. Hold on. Luke says, I think YouTubers get paid more for premium members watching. I could totally be wrong. I think I remember hearing something about it, and it's like a slight difference. But I'm not really sure. I'm not making any money on YouTube here, nor do I plan to anytime soon. I mean, hell, my goal is 200 subs in a month, but I'm probably not going to get that. It's probably going to be another year to get that for myself. But what I was saying earlier, and just talking about money stuff, I have a spot people can donate money if they so choose. It's a coffee account spelled Koki, like that coffee. Anything that gets donated it just goes back into the stream, and it goes into upgrading stuff for the stream or just making the channel better and all that. But no one has to donate. Honestly, having people here watching and chatting is more than enough support to just keep me going. Because I look forward to streaming now. I look forward to coming online and talking and streaming with everybody. Stay. Okay, did we get we got number 4 done. I think it's going to fall over, though. What's our time? I do have a timer going on a different app. So, we are at 2 hours and 47 minutes right now. That is not bad. I feel like that's not bad. I could be wrong. But we just got one more model to do, and it's the one I think it's the one I've been excited for doing the most. Let me get him pulled up here. It's this guy, the Venom Spitter. I was excited to build this guy, and also excited to build the Wrecker. Those are my two favorite models out of the Reaver so far. I'm definitely going to get another Reaver kit when they come out as actual, like, models. And I'm going to definitely build another Venom Spitter and another Wrecker. And then I'll do the rest as, like, regular Reavers. Okay, so what I need to do? I need to do 76 and 77. I'm actually going to check my Discord real quick, see if things have been said. Oh god, there's been a whole conversation in the Discord about 3D printers. That was back at 7 o'clock. I'm going to have to read that later. Okay, I gotta stay focused. I do have a Discord as well that's fully free to join. It's just a place that people of the hobby or crafters in general can go and chat and hang out in. That is as simple as it can be. I'm not as active as I should be in it. To be fully honest, I need to reply and chat to people more in there, but honestly, going back and reading everyone's chats in the Discord has been kind of fun because I learned quite a bit from everyone in there. Okay. Trying to make sure I don't miss any spots that I should scrape and clean up. I'm trying to think what I want to do for this guy's base when I get him done. Do I even have the basing material here? I don't think I do. I think I have to go to like my storage container and pull out all my base building stuff. Damn. I might be screwed in that department. I might be a lot more screwed than I thought I was. Or am I? Do I actually have stuff stored away? I will check later. I might have a secret stash here of some building supplies. Okay, and now I need 78. Keep all these little scrape bits for like little rocks on the terrain or on the actual build. Which one was I looking for? 78. There it is. Trying to scrape too much off. Okay. Now we glue. How does this go on? Is it supposed to... Oh, it needs to go like that. Okay. I got it. I got it. We're going to try not gluing my finger to it. Sweet. That's a very snake position right there for it. That's a good question. I have never played Tyranids before. I am not a Tyranids player. I'm a Space Marine player. I just collect Tyranids because I think they're cool. If I was going to run a Tyranid detachment, it might be a Vanguard one, just because I have those characters, but I don't really know. I know how I want to play my Tyranids. I want to play them more as a melee-focused army than a shooting army. Not that I shouldn't have both. I do have shooting models in my collection. Okay, I need to get... I'll do the sides first. I need 81 and 82. But no, normally I'm Space Marine and I've run like Gladius with it mostly, but I like for Space Marine I also want to run the Salamander detachment as well, but I don't have the right vehicles for it. But yeah, plans with Tyranids have like a little bit of shooting, but mostly be melee. Kill important targets, and every time you think you killed a Tyranid, nope, I just come back. That's what I'm looking for in a detachment. I don't know which one fits that playstyle. I normally treat Tyranids as like a... I don't know, they're just a good mixture between like a lizard, a bug, and Eldritch Horror. They just got some really cool looking models, and that's why I've grabbed and collected them. But I've just been more a Imperium fan. Just go humans go. I mean, the only other Xenos race that has interested me before I grabbed Tyranids was Necrons. I thought when I got into... or when I had enough models for all my other stuff, I was going to do a Necron army. And I just so happened to do Tyranids because I got the introductory box. And it came with 10 Termagants. And that just kind of started my whole Tyranid collection to now have, I think the next Tyranid model I bought after that induction box was the Norn Emissary that I've shown here a few times. I think that was the next one I bought. And then I found my love for the Hormagaunts. They're my favorite model, and I was kind of thinking today, how many models would it... Okay, how many Hormagaunt models would it be to run a 3,000 point army? I just want to pick this up before it falls. It has to be a lot, because 130 points is 20 Hormagaunts. So do you times 100? Do you times 130 by 3,000, or do you times it by a different number, or do you gotta divide it? Okay, I need 79. That is a question I have to figure out for myself at some point. Although I will be honest, to have a 3,000 point army of nothing but Hormagaunts, I feel bad for the person that has to paint that. I know Tyranids is a horde army in general, but that's just a lot of little guys. That's a lot of little guys. Sit. Okay, you want to sit like that. Hey, I actually got that to fit on correctly for once. I'm just going to glue it right there. God, that's a weird xenomorph creature already. Just the two little claws, and that bit looks like a head. Okay, next. Is its head in this one, or do I have to go to a different one? Wow, it's on a different sprue. 87 isn't on that one. It's on this one. I'm going to need that sprue again, but... This one's a cool head as well. I know it's not the traditional, like, teeth mouth and all that for the Tyranids, but it's got that melted face look. See if I can get that to show. Yeah, it's got a little melted face look, which I find really cool. It's probably going up and slurping all the biomass up. Sit. Does it sit like that? It seems so far back. I'm gonna wait to do the head until I get the body ready as well. Now we can do tail. Number 90. Yeah, 90 is a cool one. Ba-ba. Tyranids are loving it. What is a Tyranid Happy Meal? Like, is Guardman... Are Guardmans just Tyranid Happy Meals? God, what would be... What McDonald's meal would the Emperor be to a Tyranid? Is the Emperor the McRib for the Tyranids? It's something that's on the menu, but not always on the menu, really hard to get to, or really hard to get. I know in other countries, like, the Filet-O-Fish is a hard thing to get. I don't think there's much rib meat on that golden throne right there for the Tyranids, but they don't care. They don't care at all. They just want that rib meat. McTyranid. That's a funny name, McTyranid. Now I'm curious if there's any Tyranids painted in the McDonald colors. Are there any Tyranids painted as Ronald McDonald? I'm distracting myself here, but I feel like there is some painted like Ronald McDonald. We're just going to lay right there while I cut off your back sections. Even though I've had some pains with building this model set, this has actually been fun to build as well. I've enjoyed painting these little guys. Or not painting, building. I'm going to enjoy painting them even more. Let's see. I wonder if I could use... It'd probably be a pain, but I wonder if I can use any of these Tyranid bits on other models. Like, could I make a warrior? Could I take, like, the warrior model kit and take some of these Reaver parts and add it to it? I think I might be able to do that. I thought about this stream kit bashing the Reaver Prime with the Parasite here. Really just more giving it the wings, but I don't think it would have worked out like I hoped too well. have an idea that might make the head stay in the proper place that I want it to. If I throw some glue there and then attach the head. Try to attach the head. Am I doing it right? I don't think I'm doing it right. There I go. Nope, needs to go into the cheek there. Let's wait that. Not even the right spot I glued it. I got a bug flying around while I'm building bugs. It's a bugception. Not really, but feels like it sometimes. Oh my lord. You need to fit somewhere. Can I put the body together and then do the head? Or is it set up that it's not really for that? I know that goes together there. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to dry lay this first before I even attempt to glue it. Okay, and then could I fit the tyranid head in there? Yes, I can do that. And I wish I had a third hand to be able to hold all these pieces correctly. There. Now, I don't think I'll do anything big, but I'm just going to try putting some glue on the seam to also hold it together. And slide that in. Oh, getting glue on my fingers, but it was almost done. Almost done. I just need to do two more sets of arms, and then he's good. I do the difference between 84 and 83? Oh, there's no difference. It's just... Okay, so they're the same. I don't know why I was thinking they're different. I think that fits into there. Yeah, it does. Come on. Sit just like that. Okay. Those guys are set. Now I need to... The last two arms, and I think we will be... I think we're still doing good. I still think I'm doing good. I don't know what the timer is. I'm going to try next stream to actually have a timer on screen for you guys to see. It's currently just whatever the stream's kind of at the time. That's what you guys see, but... there's a couple of upgrades I want to do for stream next. I definitely want to... If I do more challenges like this, I want to have like a stopwatch timer up on stream. I want to do a little sub-goal counter. I think that'd be good. I haven't really thought of any more from there. Well, no, I have. I just haven't gone to do them yet. Okay. I almost missed a couple things to cut off. Final 2 arms. Ah, that's how they sit. I'm impressed this bottle's lasted as long as it has so far. Can I give him a different position? Can I have him raise his claw? No, I can't. There we go. Number 5 is built. We got it done. I got all 5 of these built within 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's not bad. I felt a little bit slow in the beginning for building, but in the end it kind of cleared up there. So now, because I still got a bit more time, I'm going to put them on their bases and see if I can do some fun bases. I say fun, just like if I have any... I do. Okay, I got some cork that I can use, and I have the Pro Acryl Dirt, or Gray Earth, here. I wonder if I can use some of these popsicle sticks as well as some wood bits. I also have smaller ones as well. And I also have some wooden thin dowels, but I'll probably hold off on those. Just going through and seeing what I have at the moment. I have options. That's how I feel. But I need to grab some 40 milliliter bases, and then we'll go through and make something unique. I think that's a 40. I wish GW like listed the number they had for their bases. Like, oh, that's a 40 millimeter right there. And there's only 5 of them, so... Okay, and that's... number 5. Well, I have 6. I have 6 of the biggest bases. Are any of the... Just gonna check the book real quick. I think that there's one... Okay. So I'm looking through, and it does tell me how many 40 millimeters I'm supposed to have. I'm supposed to have 5, so I have 6. Why do I have 6? Oh. Because one is supposed to go into the Hormigaunt thing for the Ripper Swarm. That's why. Okay. Let's go. They really made their bases take up, or all their things take up as much as they could, huh? Well, I'm going to throw what I can down for these this. I think for the guys that are just sitting on nothing, they're going to sit on some cork. I think that that's the fairest thing to do. Okay. Trying to see if I have a different glue than just my brush glue to lay down these bases, but I don't think I do. Just gonna go right in. Sit there for a sec. Try to let it sit there for a second. Okay, now you also need to fit onto one. How little of a base do you need? Oh, I could fit you on that. I could just fit on that big of a bit of cork. And that'd be fine. Do that. We will do that. Throw that there. I'm gonna step off to the side for a sec. Or go outside. Do I really not have any other glue I could use? I could plug in a hot glue gun, but I really don't want to do that. My dog is whining at me. Do you want attention? Yes, that's what. You just came in from outside. And as much down as I can. And glue him to the base. I'm gonna turn it just a little bit. I'm gonna sit there for now, because I don't want to pull them off the base. It's a good glue I have, but cork absorbs liquid so much. It makes it hard to stick any models to it. Yeah. So this is what I got so far for this guy's base. Probably going to take some of this material smeared on the front edge there, and probably a little bit up there as well. I don't know if I should throw some brick down, because these guys look like they're coming up through concrete or rock. So that's my only concern with some of the basing stuff they have. Might work with this guy who just kind of sits on the top. Yeah, I think it'll work with the wrecker. Just kind of throw something up there. I don't know, it'll be a little bit cracked. And they are burrowing through the ground, so maybe giving them a kind of a cracked base is okay. Maybe not. Yeah, when I go through and I build these reavers again, I'm not going to use the basing stuff that GW has. I'll make my own. It'll look a lot better. It'll look nicer. Not that the bases don't look good or nice to begin with. I like that extra detail of just some hand-crafted base. It just tells more of a story. But I'll definitely take some of this earth stuff I have and throw it along the edge. Give them all that look, just the actual ground look that I'm trying to go for. Pull this off to the side. Now we're going to pull this out. This is some good stuff. I've made my own basing material before, and you can certainly do it. Yeah, you can certainly do it. You definitely save yourself money and all that in the long run. I just don't have the container space. I don't always have the containers and all that to need to custom make it. Plus it always dries out on me too. My custom stuff does, at least. I don't know if that's just a storage thing or what. that. Do I have... I don't have a paper towel here. I'm just trying to take this texture paste and put it where it's just the bare, like, not model, but the bare, like, 40 miller base. Make it look like there's actually some dirt and stuff that they've pushed up through, is the words I was looking for. I think it gives a very, it's a nice texture. It's a very texture effect. I should get a proper tool to do this with. All the non-cork guys have that. The other one that I wanted to do... Oh, I can take a little bit of extra cork and throw that in the front. That's what I might do. It's going well, Latrox. I hope you're doing well. Kind of caught me at the... I don't know. I'm into hour 4 of an 8-hour challenge. I mean, I'm not doing all 8 hours tonight, but I am challenging myself to build and paint this the High Fleet Typhon kill team that came out, the Reavers. I am trying to get those build and completed in these next 2 streams. I got them all built, and now this guy just came off his base. Awesome. I got them all built, and I'm getting them all based up right now. Maybe I don't know if I'll be able to prime them tonight and actually paint on them. It's I think it's a high hope for that. Ah, I saw those in the Discord. They look really good. I don't keep up with the. I don't chat in the Discord as much as I should, but I saw that you posted those. I gotta finish the Space Wolf box I have at some point. I kind of stopped doing that for a bit. But I want to grab... I bet. He looks like a cool model. He looks like an awesome model to begin with. I like him for his like wolf pets and all that stuff. I didn't realize how old looking he was. But I want to get the librarian that's in Terminator armor. He's a named character. I really want him for his Cyber Raven. I figured if I grab that model, I can convert him into like a Dark Angels librarian that has a Raven or something like that, and just run him as a normal librarian. Ooh. Oh, he's non-Terminator? It looked like Terminator armor, that's why I was saying that. But if it's regular armor, or Space Marine armor, then yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I don't dare pronounce it. Okay. Can still run them as like a normal librarian, even though they're not librarians. I learned about him through a Space Wolf book, where he was the main character of it. He had 1,000 Suns guy from the Horus Heresy in his head. So, Naya. Naya? Oh, J sounds like Y. Oh, God. Here's the thing. I know I'm gonna butcher it, so I don't even want to try saying it. But I should give it a chance at least of trying to say the name. So, Nia. Neo, or I guess it would be because you said I just knocked that guy off. Ugh. I'm not gonna worry about saying his name right now. I'll learn about it at another point. I gotta keep. I shouldn't be using super glue on cork. Cork just absorbs all the super glue into it and doesn't even keep it on its base. Nope. Majaya? I'm trying it now. I'm trying to say his name now, but I know, like, Sweden, or I guess Nordic names in general have, like, a weird way of being pronounced. So, you staying glued. I'm going to take you and just going to do that. Najo. Najo. That's the best I can understand it. Or no, you said J sound like Y, so na. Yeah. I like to try the best I can on saying it. I know I'm gonna butcher no matter what. I've heard it said before in the book. Gnarl? Is it Gnarl? Is it Gnarl? No, because there's no R. Why? Where am I getting the R from? Now, y'all. I'll keep trying, but eh. I think I know where the R comes from. It's because when I say, or when I hear the name Logan Grimnarl, I know it's a different character, but I see the way that name's put out in front of me, and it feels like it's the same as Logan Gnarl's name, but it's not. But that's why I was saying the R, and I'm realizing that. Oh my! I should have hot glued the cork down, but I didn't want to turn on the hot glue gun. What I'm gonna try doing, because to say these guys like come up through the ground, I'm gonna take some Mod Podge. Yeah, I'm gonna take some Mod Podge and put it in between the crack of this guy's base. I think, and I'll try to paint that as like an acid green color. I don't know if I should do that to any other ones I have here. Do I even have any Mod Podge? I know I have it, I just don't know what drawer I put it in. But on a different note, I hope you're having a good night, Aatrox. If I haven't said that yet already. I do have some PVA school glue. That might work. I think this will work for what I want to try doing. And it might dry clear. Let's make sure that'll actually... Yeah. We're going to take... Come on. There it is. No, I got it on the model. Damn it! Well, I appreciate you sending that to me in the Discord. I will check it out after this. I'm excited to see how these guys turn out as well. I'm trying to get things to stay where they need to be. Come on. This glue, I think, has been sitting for a bit, so it's getting started to get chunky in the bottle. That's never a good thing. I don't know if glue like this expires. I'm going to assume it does. Oh my lord, that is... Ew. Ew. That's gross. I don't like this. I don't like this material. It's going to work perfect for what I want to do, but it's just like... That's something you find in a teenager's bed. It's going to work exactly how I want it to. It just means that that's going to have to dry a lot. Yeah, I bought these a while ago to, like, make custom terrain paste with, and I never got around to using them. I think this weird gloopy effect will work for the Tyranids model just fine. I don't know if it'll dry clear, but I think that stickiness effect will actually kind of work. I don't know if I should throw any more anywhere else on some of these guys. Do like a little bit, if I can. Ugh, nasty. That is fine by me. What I can do after is, because I do have actual Mod Podge somewhere that does dry clear. And I can throw that over after it's painted to give it a glossy effect that I was looking for. I was trying to find my actual... Oh, yeah, it's at the bottom of my drawer. I have this tub of Mod Podge that dries clear. So I will use that. Oh, and it's not even opened yet. Perfect. Do I have a smaller one? I do. I have a smaller one as well. Then I think I have the smallest one as well in here somewhere. I haven't tried that yet. I mean, I was just using, not Vallejo's. This is Pro Acryl. I thought it was Vallejo's. But I was just using the Pro Acryl Find Earth. And I just did it around all the bases of these guys. Actually, now that we're talking about it, I'm thinking about it, and it's got this weird gloopy effect. And this has a gloopy effect on it as well. Like it's trying to. I think I'm going to throw some of this on the models as well. We're going to do a quick time check, because I am timing myself to see where I'm at. So we're almost at the 4-minute mark. I wanted to... Building didn't take me 4 hours. It took me 3 hours and 20 minutes. So it's taking me another 40 to just get these bases set up. I think I'm fine with that. My goal is I'm going to prime them black, dry brush them white, and use mostly contrast paint to get my time kind of set back, but I will also... Yeah, I think this is going to give me what I was looking for. A very snotted, mucus look on the ground that they were coming up with. like gross in a good way for like what it's doing what I wanted it to do. Ugh. Always some slight disgust. But it's tyrannids. They're supposed to gross you out. Ooh. If I was doing Nurgle, this would also be really good to use on Nurgle's models. Some very old kind of glue. But yeah, tomorrow will be a... Oh god, I don't know if I even got caught on the mic. Yeah, I will be doing another stream tomorrow from 6 to 10. And that will be the other 4 hours of trying to paint these guys up. Oh, really? I didn't know that Warhammer had more announcement stuff going on. Has there been any hints to what's being said? Or I guess we'll just find out tomorrow at some point. You is all I can say. Not a whole ton that I know. A bit of each game owned by Warhammer is all I know. Okay, so they'll post stuff about like Necromunda, Age of Sigmar, normal Warhammer, Kill Team, all that. Are they gonna announce anything for like Salamanders? I saw that was kind of on their thing. When I find out or see it, I'll send it in the server. Yep, and Black Library. Okay. Ooh, that kind of reminds me. Are there any good, like, Salamander books? I haven't really read that many. I don't know if there really are. Within... Damn, are they already going to be coming up with a new Space Marine Codex? I'm kind of finishing up for the night now, so I can't really do any more to the models and stuff. I was just reading what Atrox sent to me in Discord on how to pronounce the name. I think it would just be easier if I say Nyal. Nyal, yeah. Nyal is easier for me to say than trying to do it with the H. Because, I mean, I say y'all. It's almost like a weird way of saying yeah. I don't know. But, anyway, going back to what's being said. I just mentioned the Salamander stuff because I remember when they were doing, like... the first is correct. What, the Nyal? Well, I'm glad I could at least do it correct once. Going back to what I was saying, the I remember the roadmap of things that they were like planning on releasing. I think I remember seeing the Chaos Knights, which they did. And I remember seeing Black Templar stuff being laid out. And then like a salamander, or it looked like a salamander in Gravis armor, was also being portrayed. Which, that'd be kind of cool. I'd like some proper salamander models. But I wonder if the salamanders was supposed to be for Horus Heresy. Which would make me a little bit sad. Not that I wouldn't get Horus Heresy models. I would just want like something for 40k. It also doesn't mean I couldn't get a 40k model or a 30k model and make it into 40k. And so the 2.0 Codex is just like all the new stuff that they've released in magazines and books like that. They're just now putting in a big book for you to buy. Because I realized like a lot of the codexes that I bought for the word is for Custodes and for Tyranids is outdated because it doesn't have as much on it anymore. I would check it like with my phone or something like that to be like, oh yeah, like all the updated models for like Reaver and stuff are not in the book for Tyranids that I have. Or the obviously, I think Black Templars is out of date. I know they are making an updated one. They're making a new updated combat patrol for Black Templar as well, and I'm a little bit annoyed by it because it's the thing they've done with what I've seen every other combat patrol for, like, just for combat patrols in general. Black Templars are getting a supplement. Yeah, that's like the other little book that I think of. It's like Blood Angels has a supplement, Dark Angels do, Space Wolves do, Black Templars did, but now they'll get a new one. So, but now, I saw the new Tyranid Combat Patrol. I don't think it's that bad. It might be, it's not as good as the current one, possibly, but they definitely changed some stuff up in the right direction. Because this is going to go on to a rant for me. The Combat Patrol that they have now for Tyranids, the main leader model cannot lead any of the units in the box, so it has to be solo. The Termagant... okay, I'm just reading chat for a second. Ashok says we are an index right now, and Templars seem to be getting nerfed with the new book. We might be losing Oath of Moment. What? Why? Why would you be losing Oath of Moment? That's Space Marine's main thing is Oath of Moment. You're gonna take away like the Space Marine's main thing being Oath of Moment. With that being said, I'm not stopping. I'm pausing my timer because I'm not painting anymore. I'm a minus 4 minutes from it, but it took me 4 hours to get to this point. I'll say I don't know what time I stopped. I'm at 4:04 on my stopwatch. I'm gonna go open up chat and look at that. Technically because the Templar aren't even remotely Codex compliant, so that's why they won't do Oath of Moment. I feel like Oath of Moment is a more Templar thing to begin with than it is a Space Marine thing. Yes, I was going to mention that. So, yeah, they switched out the leader. It's not. I don't think it's a leader. They switched to have this in it now. Okay. So yeah, until the book comes out, we don't really know for anything. For the Tyranid one, I think it's some parts are in the right direction. Um, if the parasite can lead an army, it's got Lona from what I read because I kind of went through Codex stuff to like read. So that works out in the long run for Tyranids. You don't have to worry about hooking it up to any of your units. It does keep a tank, and I like the Pyrovore. Not Pyro. The Biovore. I like the Biovore. I'm not really a fan of the Hive Guard. So I don't know. Like I'm more apt to you should have thrown in Warriors over Guard. Seems also kind of confused as well because now that I'm thinking about it, and, like processing it in my head, you have Gene Stealers, Hive Guard, the Parasite, and the Biovore. The Gene Stealers would do better in an actual Gene Stealer cult combat patrol. The Hive Guard, I think, would be better if you had a leader unit that they needed to guard. I don't know the abilities of the Hive Guard, so I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. The Biovore is a tank, so that is a good part in my mind. You have a tank. A Tyrant would be better, but the point value is the main issue. I don't know how many points is a Hive Tyrant. It's like 200 something. Is a Hive Tyrant. I don't care. Just tell me the point value. I'm like trying to actually look it up. Okay, give me this so I can zoom in. Okay, just going off of Swarm Lord. I'm just saying Swarm Lord right now. Here, I'll pull up chat so I can talk with it too. Swarm Lord is 250, so that'd be half of the combat troll if you did it that way. 3 Hive Guard is 100. The Biovore is the cheapest. Sorry, I don't mean to be sorry. I'm just like going off of what I see. Okay. I see a winged. Yeah, no. I'm trying to find the Hive Tyrant. The Swarm Lord is a version of the Hive Tyrant. It's just a different model. You got a Wing Hive Tyrant that's 195. Where's regular Hive Tyrant? I'm looking at like a data sheet online. Okay, reading else what he said. But like Templars get one of the named characters with it, and arbitrarily one of the stronger solo units. Yeah, in the new Combat Patrol. I heard someone say, why not do the new character that came out, or a different one? But, oh, I found, okay, a Hive Tyrant is actually 220. Hive Tyrant is 220. The cheapest would be the one with wings. The Tyranid box would be 475. With his current point, yeah. Oh, he's cheaper now? Okay. Um, so I I'm gonna go over to the. This is this is also up to you, Atrox, but in my opinion, Combat Patrol should have a quote unquote tank within like the point system. Um, and with the current, not with the new Combat Patrol for Black Templar, the old one that's going to be that has like the repulsor and stuff, that fits in with like, yeah, I think that one's better. You could certainly like take out a few models from that Combat Patrol and add in the Blade Guard if they really wanted to, and still add in the um, Sword Champion. That's not the right one. Yeah, yeah, they used to have dreadnoughts in them, which is what I, which would make sense because I mean they're meant to be like a small little army you play with your friends, unless what they're thinking, and this is more me thinking logically than it is as a company. Like if you are actually on patrol, would you have a tank with you? Itruck says, but like old Combat Patrol was something you could buy multiple of realistically. Yeah. From what I've kind of seen with Combat Patrol, what GW wants you to do is if you buy Combat Patrol, they want you to have like just enough models to do some stuff, but then you go and buy these other models that were in the older boxes. So they want you to go buy a repulsor or a dreadnought or these other boxes that are more expensive on their own and make money that way than you buy them in a Combat Patrol. I think every Combat Patrol, if they're doing it Space Marine wise, should have a unique unit to that faction. Because like if I was to build a Combat Patrol, I would put one kind of tank in, or one type of like transport to make it easier for people to move around. I don't know. Like I don't fully know. I just remember like getting into Warhammer and people saying like if you're gonna get into Warhammer, get these Combat Patrols. They're because like for Space Marines, these are the good ones. It used to be Dark Angels used to be good because they had the Dreadnought, and but at the time until now, it was Space Wolf and Black Templar were good to get because they had two big tanks and like yes, they had I think some units dedicated to their faction, but you could play them as other things normally. I don't know. That's my weird rant about it right now. It's nothing too crazy. I get GW's a business and they're just trying to make as much money as they can from people. So, I don't know. It also, I guess it would have been cool if they did the Combat Patrol and had like the newest Tyranid models they just released. Like if they had, obviously, if they put these guys in the Combat Patrol, they wouldn't have made a lot of money off of the Kill Team boxes, or like when they do come out with the boxes, they won't make as much. Possibly, but I'm like, you know, it'd be a cool way to show off a model that these are. And you could play something around it. Uh, what did Aatrox say? An old Space Wolf Combat Troll doesn't have any unique units anymore. They got rid of those units. They're all just generic now. Yeah, I have the old Space Wolf Combat Patrol, the one that's like in the Dreadnought Walker suit, with like a special lieutenant with an axe, and it came with like an intercessor squad, and then like a blood or like maybe their particular unit, or no, it was Reavers. It came with like Reavers. I have that one, and I have the old school Blood Angels one as well. Like before the Sanguinian Guard got put out, I was able to grab like the very last one from my game store, and I was gonna make that one be built for my salamanders. I never got around to building that one yet. Honestly, that could be like another challenge I do once I'm done with this. Take that boxes that I have and build another one for that. Just Reavers, 10 intercessors. Yes, and it did have an upgrade sprue in it. Yeah, I still have that box. I built I think I built most of the intercessors from that box. I didn't build any of the Reavers yet, and I started to build that Walker like years ago. And I built the like special character in the box. I might go through and have to do that again. Kind of thinking here out loud. I'm just running an idea right now with what I'm about to say. I could do 2 streams thinking out loud here. I'd buy it because I love the little Walker. His Flamer Dread that has a scout move and the strongest Dreadnought melee weapon for 500 for 125. That's actually good to know. Because what I was about to say is, I might do one stream where I do like another day challenge thing, not like 8 hours, but the like 40 days to build a 2,000 point army for Space Marines. I'll probably use the Space Wolf Combat Patrol for the Dark Angels, because I want to play my Dark Angels more as like a scout hit group, if that makes sense, because they're off hunting like for Fallen and stuff, so they're going to be more sneaky. But I will still use like Dark Angel units such as Terminators and stuff like that. Not like regular Terminators, the unique Terminators that have like the sword and shield. I'm kind of ranting it for a moment. And then I'll do another one with the Blood Angels as the Salamander one. And I want my Salamanders to be more my heavy guys. Dreadwing Knights. Yes, the Dreadwing Knights. I have 2 boxes of Dreadwing Knights currently. So that would definitely be one I would throw in the mix. And I also now have 2 boxes of Inner Circle Companions. I also have the Cleric, the special named Cleric, that is a part of the Dark Angels. Asmodeus, I think is his name. I have him, and I want to build him at some point. The only... And of course I have the Lion, but I'm saving for the Lion until when we hit 1,000 subscribers, which I'll do someday. It'll probably be like a year from now. How I'm painting a more complex model than I think the Lion right now. But the Invector also has a rule that's cool. If your opponent shoots any of your Phobos units and it's close to the Dread, he can shoot back. Oh, okay, so I mispronounced Asmodeus, because it's not Asmodeus. It's Asmodii? Asmodii? This is going to be another thing where you try to pronounce it for me. Don't do that again. No, not that I wouldn't want the help. I just don't want you to deal with the headache of me trying to pronounce another Warhammer name. Asmodii. Oh, Asmodii. That's similar for me to say than the other one. Asmodii. 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 Asmo dies. Huh. Interesting. Well. I've been sitting here, rambling. Okay. Hold on, with what you just said, Aatrox. I would want to use it with my Dark Angels because that's where I'm going to put most of my Phobos stuff. But if he's good for Salamanders as well, that's going to be difficult. Now I have to decide what the paint job is. Why do you do this to me? I had a plan with the models and now you're screwing it up because he could be better in one thing than the other. Just because he has a flavor. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, here's the thing. Besides that Combat Patrol one, I have another one in a box. Because I bought one separately as well. I don't know why. I just did. I should take a picture of my closet of shame. Okay. I mean, fair enough. Like, the Salamander detachment doesn't have to be just for, like, a Salamander army. It can be used in, like, any Space Marine army is how they're laid out now. So, but, not that I wouldn't want to sit here and chat more about Warhammer. It's almost 11 o'clock here for me. You lucky son of a bitch is what I'm going to say, Aatrox. I'm glad you built most of your stuff. I'm glad you built most of it. One of these days I'm going to sit down and just do a big, like, build day. Probably, like, when I'm a professional doing this full time. I doubt I ever will, but it could be out there. Anyway. We got to the point that I was hoping for tonight, at the very least, with the build. I got all these guys built within 8 hours. What do you mean we're in the same state? This is a conversation I think we need to have off stream here for a second. We'll talk about this off stream if that's a freaking case. Oh, yeah, in. I figured you were talking about in. Ugh. So, to continue with what I was saying, keeping distracted, I'm tired. I'm tired and I need to finish stream. I got all these guys built within less, well, I got these guys built within the 4-hour mark that I wanted. If I didn't, actually it would have been less if I didn't do the basing. It would have been 3 hours and 20 minutes with what I got done. But because I want to do some cool basing and stuff like that, I'm very happy with how they turned out. So tomorrow's stream, off camera, I'll have these guys primed and I will dry brush them. And with that being said, I will add 15 minutes to my time with tomorrow. Just to be like, because I did some stuff off stream, it took me this long to get all this done. It'll probably be longer than 15 minutes, but I'm giving myself a penalty anyways for that. Yeah, with that all being said, if you like what I do here, and you want to be a part of the community, feel free to like and subscribe this stream. I also have a Discord that's completely free to join. You are more than welcome to share any of your hobby stuff. It does not just have to be Warhammer. I wanted to make a little community that shares everyone's hobbies and interests. And it's grown to a really nice community so far. I've been very happy with the community in it. I'm not as active as I should be in it. I need to work on that. With that also being said, if you like what I do here on the channel and you want to support it in another way, feel free to look at my Coffee account and donate to that. But you don't have to do that. Having you here, chatting in chat, watching my stream is more than enough. With that all being said, I want you to go out there and make something awesome. I know you will. Oh, Indiana.